Iran-aligned Houthis say they carried out an attack against Israel on Monday. Yemen Houthi says the attack was carried out with Iran's Revolutionary Guards and Lebanon's Hezbollah.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. Welcome back after a long break. I think last we met was last week Thursday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days off. I was just doing taxes,
According
guys.
to Axios, a US official said on Monday a 10-point response to the proposal to end the war was submitted. The US official said the response was maximalist
Yeah.
and unclear if it will allow moving forward to a diplomatic solution.
One fun activity with kids and rest of the time taxes. Taxes for me, myself, my wife, my company, YouTube. I think it's a lot of work. You gift, Ron, Buzz, David, Naveen, welcome all. Thanks for joining, guys. Naveen, thanks for confirming. Abhay, welcome. Good morning. So yeah, guys. Overall, what we saw today in the market is a lot of sector strength. The ES, Dow Jones sectors are really strong in tech. Apart from Apple and Amazon, Amazon, to be honest, has backed off. Not that strong. Apple is still strong. It was the one which was leading the market higher. Amazon was okay after that first initial pump in the morning. It was okay. It was Apple which troubled us a lot. Now Apple starting to see some red. Sammy, welcome. Mark, good morning. Naresh, good to see you. ESNQ, welcome. JK, thanks for that beer, but it's little bit early in the morning. It's time for tea or coffee. Bang, welcome. So yeah, we did short uh, uh, the market based on that news. At 10, we got the big winner. We got another flush here just now. Before we started this stream, we got this flush. And reasoning was more to do with the Apple. Apple was strong. Apple started to finally back off. All we needed is one stock, Apple, to cool off little bit in the Nasdaq, and then the shorts will work.
Iraq can restore oil exports to free spot 4 million barrels per day within a week if Hormuz shipping resumes, according to the Basra Oil Company manager. Iraq has yet to receive any written assurances to allow tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and drone attacks on 7 oil fields have caused major disruption to Iraq oil output and operations. Drone attack on Rumalia field hit sites used by US oilfield services companies Schlumberger and Baker Hughes.
So a lot of bearishness right now in the market, but we are just waiting for this structure to break. Nasdaq, you can see, right, still has a low, higher low, higher low, higher low around the VWAP. So at least the structure needs to break, retest, reject, and then we can go short.
So, just to say that Trump is now participating in the White House Easter egg roll event. He's approaching the mic. A reminder the video is on the feed for those interested.
So staying patient just to see if the structure breaks. If the structure breaks, retest, reject, that is where the good short will be for me to see if we can go for the gap fill. Nasdaq still up 155 point, ES still up 30 points. There is room on the downside, but we need the confirmation that it is really the weakness to break the structure, and we are rejecting the structure now towards the downside. Blaze, good morning and welcome. Pawan, any news? Yeah, there was. Here we had PMI service number. Here we had Iran rejecting US proposal news. Yeah, yes. Has sent some proposal via Pakistan, it seems. Iran rejected that proposal. So have we broken the structure to short? Not really. It's just a small push below that low. Technically, yes, the structure is broken, but ideally I would have liked a bigger flush. So this is still capable of going back up. The reason we are staying short or wanting to short is Apple, as I told you, right? Apple was the only stock in the tech which was going crazy. Apple backed off, and now this looks more than just backing off. This looks like, very strong pullback in the Apple. So apart from Apple, other name which was really strong in the Nasdaq today was Amazon. Amazon, after that initial pump, backed off, and this doesn't look scary to me right now. It has a lot of overhead resistance to work with. So we might have an opportunity for gap fill somewhere. Where somewhere? Yes. Up 36 point. Come on. Let's get the flush now.
And that concludes comments from Trump at the Easter egg event. So just to inform, last year he did do a walk around and did speak to a few reporters, so we could expect further comments later, just to keep you informed.
Top of the hour. Sector strength returns again. So today Nasdaq is little bit behind. It is ES and Dow Jones and sectors which are really strong. Only one name in the tech which is strong is Apple today. Very strong today, Apple. It is starting to catch a bid.
The dollar last up 0.13% versus the yen. White House economic advisor Hassett says Trump's views increased gas prices as temporary, speaking in a CNBC interview.
So why are we not taking profit? Why, if the structure is not broken, why are we getting bearish? This is overall still good, right? It is still a bull flag consolidation and new session highs. Why? Why? I told you, right? The only reason I think was Apple. We were going up, and Apple, you can see right now, not so much interested in making those session highs. In the morning, we did really got little bit of scare that this is headed for its weekly expected move upper edge, which was still 1% or 1.3 more percent, 1.3% still left to hit the upper edge. But now with this back off,
Hassett suggests states should act to address gasoline prices.
not very scary as of now, Nasdaq. That was the only one product which was supremely like bullish. Sector strength, no doubt, is there. ES, Dow Jones are strong. They are trying to lead the market higher, but I always have doubt on ES. Whenever it is trying to lead the things, will it complete that task? I always doubt that. But yeah, classic, traditional, conventional. It is a long maintaining the structure, not losing the structure. It's still a bull flag. Might go all the way into the top end of the range. So trade at your risk, guys. Maybe fade me, go long. I explained my reasoning, and if Apple catches a bit, then I might take a loss on this short. But Apple right now looks looks like the squeeze is over. It was really squeezing the shorts, and other than that, there is no real buying here in Apple. It was up 2.5%. Now it is up 1.4. It might even go flat. Who knows? By the end of the day, then there will be nowhere to hide.
Trump on Iran says, I've seen every proposal, and Tuesday's deadline is final. Hassett says the Fed should be able to lower rates. So he is speaking live at the Easter event. Reminder, we do have the video still on the feed for those interested. Trump on Iran says it's a significant proposal, and further saying we'll see what happens. Trump on Iran saying not good enough. Trump says the UK has a long way to go. Hassett says increasing productivity should allow the Federal Reserve to lower rates. Trump says the war could end very quickly if they do certain things. And Hassett says, I expect the Fed to lower rates once Walsh gets there. Trump says people talking for Iran are more reasonable now. Again, Trump on Iran says people the US is negotiating with are reasonable and not as radicalized. And Trump reiterates Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Trump on Iran says, if I had my choice, I would take the oil. Trump says if Iran doesn't yield, won't have bridges or power plants. Fed bids for 6-month bills total $5.6 billion and the Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.5 billion. Trump says we will have a long-term relationship with Venezuela. Trump on Iran says I'd like to see the US win and come home. Trump on Iran says the American people wants us to win and come home. Trump says I'm not losing MAGA. MAGA loves what I'm doing. Trump on Iran says guns were supposed to go to the protesters, but a certain group of people kept them. Trump on Iran says, I'm very upset. They're going to pay a big price for that. Trump on Iran says they have some missiles and drones left. And Trump on Iran says they got a lucky shot. Trump says the Iranian people will fight the regime when safe for them. Trump on Iran says hopefully it will be over Trump on Iran says hopefully it will be over with quickly. Trump on Iran says we could leave right now, but I want to finish it up. Iran announces missile launches towards Israel, according to state-run TV. That concludes comments from Trump. For now, until he comes up again. And Trump just saying NATO should be ashamed.
Tesla hitting session lows, down 2%. Apple backing off. Nasdaq still have, somehow like making us look stupid in short. Staying this short for so long, it has not flushed. This, I don't know. It's like how they manipulate big money. This could not have stayed up this far. I am very surprised how come they have managed to stay up this long. This thing should have been already down so much. There's a data delay. Is it appearing in the orange, Nathan? Generally, if there is a data delay, the tickers will appear in the orange color. Are you using Tradeovate platform or Ninja Trader? Or CQG data feed or Rhythmic data feed? What have you purchased? Their chat is good. You can try pinging them in the dashboard chat. They might reply. On the data issue, they should be able to fix it right away. How to connect Bullnox to Contour? So in Contour, you just select the Rhythmic, right? Select Rhythmic and enter your Rhythmic credentials. So in the Contour connection settings, right? When you add a new connection, so in the search connection section, search for Rhythmic, and once you select Rhythmic data feed, it will ask you for username, password, and Rhythmic server. So select Rhythmic Paper Trading Chicago and provide your Bullnox user ID and password. Rhythmic user ID and password. So this sudden pops have been really frustrating. On this is, I think, the break of the structure we were looking for. Is it still not broken the structure? Still not broken the structure. Let's add one more micro. We exited couple of contracts just now.
So seeing here, Israel's Netanyahu said today we destroyed the largest petrochemical plant in Iran. US 3-month high yield 3.635%, 3.635%, bid to cover 2.58 with the US selling 89 billion and awarding 36.3% of bids at high. 6-month high yield 3.615%, 3.615%, bid to cover 3.06 with the US selling 77 billion. And for 6-month awarding 4.46% of bids at high.
Slowest drop, yeah, I agree. This is like very frustrating, and it is like more feels like it is trying to create a trap for the shorts kind of a drop. Yeah, I mean, whatever reasoning I gave you since morning is still valid. And as I mentioned, right, if I have some point of view, at least I would like to have a trade on to support my analysis. That's why I'm staying short. The analysis is still valid. This is still, at least, based on analysis, pointing down. Based on level, there could be a small pop here. That's where a little bit of hesitation. Should we size up completely here, wait for it to pop and then drop? Man, I hate this behavior during the short. I'm looking to exit this trade now. So this is the problem. Shorts, you can see, right? It's very frustrating shorts. Even though it has eventually come down, we have made money, but it's just like so much of drama involved in shorting the market. It has taken ages to back off from this high into this area. Eventually it will drop, but you have to be at the receiving end. When you are positioned for the short, when I say you, means it's even me, retail. They make it very difficult to be part of that short. Mm. 15 minutes, generally the account will appear Avinashi. I think what is it, rhythmic or trade weight? Within 15 minutes, you should be seeing the accounts. Trade weight. So when you log in, you don't see your account there in trade weight. Just refresh it. If you are already logged in, just refresh. It might appear. Do you see it on the dashboard? If it is on the dashboard and has a number assigned, you should be able to see it. Generally, you don't need to email them for the account. It happens instantaneous. Like within few minutes you should be able to see it. It is not on the dashboard. So then you have to wait. So just make sure that the payment went through, the purchase was successful. Just check your payment history that the payment went through for today's date. In the Apex dashboard, there is a payment history section. Just make sure that the payment went through, the purchase was successful. On the dashboard, the number should appear under the evaluation link. And if the number is there on the dashboard, then account will be visible in TradeOvet. Those are the 3 steps I would do. See where it is stuck. So some good deals, guys, for the Easter. 25, I think 40% off. Day traders is 85% off. Apex obviously 90% off and 85% off end of the day drawdown type. Bullnox is 89% off. So check them out. So are we looking to go long or short? Short is painful, guys. It is very slow and like it is testing really our patience, with those pops. So yeah, now that the morning volume is gone, short will be again more difficult to execute unless it is a sudden rug pull. The short may not come that easily. Which means if there is a sudden drop or a drop, we prefer buying long. Are we buying long here? Let it get little bit more strength above this area for sure. Here it is bit risky. In this area it is still could be a rejection coming down, but yeah, you can see it is heading in the right direction right now. If it pops above this 330 area, 24,330 area, that's where I would look for the long into the session highs. That is the right thing for me to do. Sector strength, again, sector strength, Dow Jones, yes, Nasdaq. Is Apple catching a bid? No. Nothing in the tech. Amazon, I think I saw go back up. Yeah, Amazon is back at the session highs. Amazon is back. Apple, not so much. Nvidia is at our midpoint. That helped with this pump. Microsoft, still not much happening there. Tesla was hitting session lows. Just found a little bit of pause. Still very bearish. Broadcom has little bit of room on the upside to go flat. Yeah, but overall, apart from Amazon, again, still like tech is not so much involved today in the market. It is mostly ES, Dow, which are showing more strength. And Nasdaq is, I think, happy around the midpoint or whatever, like this VWAP area. This could also be to do with the top of the hour. 10 more or 9 more minutes to go for top of the hour. Might again rotate down. So when I say sector strength, ES, Dow stronger, just for the awareness, on their own they are not capable of lifting all the markets up. The sectors, their market capitalization is not that huge. All these financials, energy, healthcare, utilities, they are good. Together they can have a good impact, like they are having a good impact as a group together. But overall, if tech is weak, you have to doubt those rallies. If tech is strong, then no doubt you don't want to get in front of that rally. Then why don't you short? Okay, I will try. This is strong. This is really strong.
Trump on Iran deadline says won't be moved again.
I shorted.
Trump, when asked about how striking Iranian infrastructure would not be a war crime, Trump says, because they're animals. And Trump says, haven't signed any ceasefire.
What a logic. It's war crime is when it is on humans. If they are not humans, then it's not a war crime.
Trump says Iran would like to have a ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. Trump says, I've given them chances and they haven't taken them. Trump on Iran says, we'll see how they we'll see how they behave. Trump says, have Witkoff and Kushner talking. Trump says Vance could also be talking.
Tenacity trading,
and Trump
no.
says it's highly unlikely he'll move the deadline again.
Okay, I have not heard about them. Tenacity trading. But guys, I want to add new prop firm. Okay, so again guys, you can see, right, we have always carefully picked which prop firm we want to promote. For a long time I did not promote any new prop firm, even though my other fellow YouTube streamers, they have been promoting many other prop firms. I have not promoted, especially what happened after fast track trading. We have been very careful. Recently we promoted few new prop firms, but some of them we liked, some of them we did not like, so we stopped promoting, like Tick Trader, Prop Shop, Funding Ticks. We stopped promoting immediately as soon as we saw, like, what was happening with our traders in the community, what was their feedback. So right now we are only sticking with Take Profit Trader, number one choice, guys. Take Profit Trader, number one, no doubt, hands down, best prop firm in terms of the experience, in terms of the payout, in terms of the rules, in terms of everything, overall experience end to end. Take Profit Trader, best, number one. Number two are Bullnox, Tradify, Lucid so far. For some people, Apex. For some people, Apex could be little bit lower in the ladder. I get it. It is what it is, guys. So far, I think these are the winners overall in the
continuing to talk to Pakistan
industry.
intermediaries.
Lucid is your number one. Yeah, Lucid is good, guys. No doubt. Like some of the prop firm, Tradify, Lucid, Take Profit Trader, best so far in terms of the traders' experience end to end, in terms of the consistency rule they have, in terms of the payout, in terms of the approval, timing, in terms of drama which goes on. So other than that, we have Bullnox, Apex, and Legends. So 3 Bullnox, Legends, and Apex, those 3. And then above them we have second tier Tradify, Lucid, and number one Take Profit Trader, no doubt, best of all. So the new prop firm, I think I might go with, we discussed last time also, right? You see, this is prop firm junction. It tracks the payout done by prop firm via Rise junction. So Apex may not appear in this list because Apex pays via plain or direct wire transfer or PayPal or something. They will not appear. Only if they are paying via Rise. These are the companies which are paying the highest. If I see last 30 days, let's check the latest, right? Who cares about past and all? Last 30 days, Tradify number one in terms of payout, 21 million paid out. My funded future 14 million. Funded next. So this is the one which has appeared. Even if we check all time list through Rise junction, funding pips, funded next, Tradify, My Funded Future, The Fires, Alpha Capital Group, E8 Markets, 65. So I think we'll at least go for funded next. I don't know how funding pips, is it related to funding ticks? I don't know. Funded next, and the I don't know, Alpha Capital Group. Top 1 future also someone had recommended last time. This is good. So top 1 futures. I'll see what Oh, I'll try to get their code. Is funding pips good? Someone tried funding ticks? Funding pips, sorry.
So Trap start speaking again.
Take Profit Trader, best, guys.
Trump on a rant says
if you are going to lose, if you are going to invest money,
they're more moderate.
Before you start winning, before you start withdrawing, don't lose money in 10 different places. Invest, lose money with one prop firm which we know. Once you start making money, once you start making payout, there won't be any drama. And no doubt, Take Profit Trader is the right choice, Naveen. And no, doesn't matter. Prop firm doesn't changes your fate. If you are going to lose initially, if you are not going to win, if you are going to continuously blow your account, you'll blow with all the prop firm. It will just be a new line item in your tax filing that you lost with this prop firm, this prop firm, this prop firm. But if you are going to win, then you want that one prop firm and you have lost with that platform, understood their rules, understood their consistency, made some payout, have some experience of taking payout with that platform. That's why I'm saying, right? That's why don't get swayed by some heavy discounts or this or one rule or one tactical rule there, because no matter how easy relaxed rules are, how no matter how good discount is, initially everyone will still lose. But at least if you are losing with one prop firm, you are also getting experience of their rules, you are also learning and experiencing the way to take payouts using that prop firm. And once you start consistently winning, you don't want any drama now that prop firm is denying the payout, so now you have to find another new prop firm. And you know what, I was doing really well with that prop firm. With this prop firm I'm not able to adjust, this trailing drawdown doesn't suit me, this 30% consistency rule is a problem for me, because when I am having a good day I don't like to be interrupted. Or waiting for 10 days when I have had 4-5 days of good profit, now I have to wait 10 days, eventually that 5 days of profit is gone in the remaining 5 days, as I had to wait total 10 days for the payout. I have blown my account. There can be many such blockage. Did you have to create LLC to write it up? Yes, I am trading with my LLC accounts. You have applied for LLC with trading, waiting for IN number. Okay, good. Yeah, guys, even I did not create LLC in the year 1, but I did create LLC after first year of being profitable. Second year I had LLC, so you can write off all the expenses.
According to CNBC, OpenAI is on track to IPO as early as Q4. The CEO is confident about an IPO after $122 billion fundraise. Trump on Iran says, I'm not worried about concerns over targeting civilian infrastructure.
Depends. Talk to your PA or the financial advisor, Naresh. I think in US there are some forms. I think, or in Mexico, I think, as Biggs was mentioning yesterday, he was able to write off all of our expense by adding some forms. So talk to CA. They are the best based on the state, based on the country you are in. The rules are different. In some states, some country, you might be able to write off some of your losses as an individual also. At least you may be able to park them, and in future when you make profit,
Trump
you
says
can
a war crime is allowing
remove
Iran
that
to have a
profit from
nuclear
that initial losses from past 5 years you had. So there are many ways, but yeah, ideal thing, if you are going to do it as a full-time pro level or long term, create LLC or the corporation. In Canada we call it as corporation. No, it's not LLC, it's corporation. And there are certain flexibilities. Also there are certain expectations, like if you apply for the GST, HST, there are many complications. It's not simple, but yeah, there is flexibility for sure. Then you have to generate the payrolls, or you have to give yourself a dividend or something from that LLC or corporation. So it's not that simple. Yeah, there are also types, individual LLC or the firm. If you are going to hire some people at some point, or you are going to distribute ownership of your LLC with your spouse, there are many good suggestions your CPA could give you. There are advantages and there are some disadvantages also for each of this. Hope you can do from India. Depends, right? As I mentioned, right? Each country has a different, way. Obviously, there should be some way in India also. Not everyone is, employed or whatever. There are entrepreneurs, there are business owners. There will be something in each country. So yeah, guys, nothing much happening in the market right now. Just going sideways around the VWAP.
So that concludes Trump remarks at the White House event. So a reminder, at the top of the hour, Trump is to hold a press conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be with military as well.
News
Looks
is
like the same
financial
video's
news.
updated to that now. So, but we'll pop it out later on further down the line.
Here's the link. In the free version, you don't get the breaking news. You get a delayed news feed. But yeah, there's the link. I purchased the pro version, which has breaking news audio version as well. That's the link in the chat. How can your wife take the expenses? This is trading expenses, right? Are you saying that you got hurt and the money was spent to take care of trading wounds? Naveen, is this the medical expense you charge? Yeah, I got hurt emotionally today in the market. I get hurt every day. Market is brutal. No, it's a good thing, guys. Initially, to be honest, to make sure that you don't suffer. You talk to your spouse, you talk to your CPAs, you talk to everyone, friends, traders, especially if they are supportive. Explain your situation, that this is a difficult thing. 90-95% is the failure rate. I'm still doing it. This is my outcome. This is my struggle so far. Don't and I have seen people are supportive, especially people don't have a lot of problem. People will have problem and jealousy if you are making millions and millions of dollars. Then they will not be very interested in showing that empathy. Okay, she has a private practice. Okay. Oh, she has a LLC as well. Okay, you filed merit filing jointly here in the US. So if you have LLC, one income and expense are treated. Okay, so you can use LLC for other purposes also. Because generally it is, they ask what are the sources of income for that LLC. Hmm. So you can see, right, short has worked out. I was not completely wrong in telling that today tech is not the front runner or leader for leading the market higher. And apart from that Amazon pump, uh, I didn't see Apple making it all the way till top, and Apple has not popped. After a few green, it is back to the red. And Amazon, let's check on Amazon. That was the one which was threatening to break the highs. It has also backed off. It is again, it's consolidating. It might eventually make a small new high or something. Is it going for the weekly? I don't think so. It is not going for the weekly. Apple is the one. It could have a late afternoon surge, or I don't know. Right now it has backed off, but this was the one which was threatening to go for the weekly high. But so far, I think I was not wrong in reading the market that this is maintaining the structure, at least downward pressure. Although we haven't got the big, fill the gap, and market are now flat kind of a flush. That is the risk. This into the late afternoon, this market could flush all the way into this 130 120 area and fill the gap. What gap? Remember last Thursday? That's when the cash market and the options market was closed. So that gap fill is right below here in this area 118. So guys, I think from all this discussion, what comes out is talk to someone who understands the taxes in your city, in your state, in your country. They will be able to guide you, right? What is the best way? Especially if you are going to do it long term, then you can have some optimization done. Yeah, market guys, is stalled here sideways around the VWAP. Risk of filling the gap still remains. Okay, you got $1,000 time benefit, 1K account. Okay. Yeah, here in Canada also there is RESP. RESP. Yes, you're right. So whatever contribution we make, government matches that contribution for the kids' education. So I think a nice bid. Remember, I am interested in the long. If we are above 330 area, if we break above, I am interested in the long. Here it is still going to be downward pressure. Sector showing strength. Every time there is a rally here or a rally here, it was backed first by sector strength, ES and Dow Jones leading those rally. In fact, this is where ES hit the new session highs. This is where Dow hit a new session high. And now again I am seeing sector strength, industrial, whatever, retail, these, that in ES popping up. So ES is the one which is trying to lead the market higher each time. But yeah, if Nasdaq eventually participates, I have I have no problem going in long. But Nasdaq is not the front runner or the leading indicator for the higher price action today. It's the sectors. I wonder what college will look like in 20. Nobody will need to work, right? That's what Elon Musk mentioned. No one will have a job. No one will be required to do work. They will just get the money from government. Robots, AI, and the efficiency will have improved so much that everything will be done automatically. Everyone gets account and the money from government, just like during COVID, right? Pandemic. Yeah, don't rely on such things. Just joking, okay? That you don't need to work in future. So there's no free money in this world. At least as per my philosophy, you have to really work hard for every single penny. Yeah, when government gives free money, then there it comes with the inflation. When there is inflation, then it comes with a higher interest rate. So eventually, you end up paying back to government through your mortgages, through your loans, student loans, or whatever, retirement or. Oh my goodness. Family one graduate with a computer science degree and other with finance could not find the jobs. Both ended up returning to school to study nursing. In US, Canada, I think healthcare always will have a lot of demand because other thing can easily be, outsourced. Especially now with the AI, computer jobs are very risky, and they are so, like you can see, right? It's a very fast changing industry. IT or computers, finance, we all know, right? Everything is lie in finance world. Bitcoin, all these, hedge funds, there's no, guarantee, what will last and how long. Even the banks, you see, right, for so many years they haven't grown their market cap or whatever, like, they're still like, Bank of America for so many years has been same, right? Flat, couple of, 200 300 billion market cap. It's been around for ages. Healthcare is the one which is a very good industry in North America, especially. There's always a demand. There's always demand for aging population or like whatever. Now I'm sure like AI will reach in the medical industry also. Many things will be automated, but still need humans around them. So why are we going long? I mean, I told you, right? The volume is now dead. It will be very difficult to bring the market down with VWAP in between. Sector strength, Dow Jones strength is still there. And at least for the range bound trading, you can see, right, we have room to rotate once towards the top end of the range, wherever it is. Like I'm trying to exit each time on these pullbacks, top end of the range, right? Eventually one might break out. I might have one small runner left for that. But yeah, above VWAP, we can.
Iran's Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei says assassinations and crimes won't disrupt Iranian armed forces. So that comes from a post on Telegram again. Iran's Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei says assassinations and crimes won't disrupt Iranian armed forces.
Yeah, don't short now, guys. Right now, again, tech also starting to participate. You can see, right? Technology also, or Nasdaq starting to put grains. ES, Dow Jones were always strong. They never had any weakness today. Now, mostly all the markets are showing good strength. Nvidia is flat. It was in negative before. Microsoft almost trying to get flat now, down only 0.17. Apple still not rallying so much like it was in the morning. It's still up 1.3%, but it was up quite more in the morning. It's starting to catch some green. Amazon, let's check on Amazon. Amazon was doing well. Okay, it is again topping out at the top end of the range here. Would fall back in the range, but it's okay. Overall, Nvidia you can see, right, again went back to the midpoint. Broadcom had some room. Let's check on Broadcom. Yeah, Broadcom backed off. Yeah, okay. I mean, you might be able to get back into VWAP. But at least on the Nasdaq, we showed some sign of breakout. For me, I think short side, at least it's not there right now for half an hour. 1 o'clock, top of the hour, we'll see what's the game plan for the market. Right now, I don't want to short this market until 1 p.m. Tesla hitting session lows. But apart from Tesla, nothing problematic for Nasdaq as of now. I'll go bring my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm back, guys, with my food. But you can see, right, my market is holding up well. At least it's not looking that scary in terms of sell off. The way it came down here, the way it was coming down here. And we were short, right, all the way till here, here, and here. Now I don't look too short anymore. It's more to do with the time of the day, also, right? Lunchtime, Europe gone, Asia gone, volumes are lighter, will be very difficult unless it is a sudden breaking news and a rug pull. Anything can happen, the gap fill can happen, but we might end up, staying up and green for the rest of the day now. So be careful with your shorts. Anything can happen, but probability wise, staying green up is more likelihood here as of now. Trump is going to talk at 1 p.m. Just have stop losses just in case. If you break the VWAP, I think VWAP is the key here. VWAP is holding. You'll be fine with your long VWAP. Suddenly we lose VWAP. Then we'll have to start talking about the gap fill, which will be at 24,218. So when I say
one
gap
thing
fill,
this time we're expecting to hear from Trump is speaking with military leaders as well.
I'm trading MNQ right now. I will switch back to E-minis once VIX is below 20. Right now VIX is coming down. It has come down a lot from last week. I think it was up 30. Right now it is at 24. Once it is below 20, I'll go back to E-minis.
According to Wall Street Journal, US is planning for potential strikes on Iran energy targets. So from the Wall Street Journal then, it says the US military is making preparations for potential strikes on energy targets in Iran, according to multiple US officials, as Trump ratchets up his demand for Tehran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Military planners are pulling out existing lists of potential targets to provide the president options if he decides to attack energy infrastructure. Trump has ramped up his threats to do just that in recent days, telling the Wall Street Journal on Sunday that he would destroy all of Iran's power plants if the regime doesn't agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday evening. The article for the Wall Street Journal piece is out on the feed. Also, about 3 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Trump with the US military. Again, the video is on the feed for you to watch. So yeah, as I said, the press conference should be starting shortly. Remember, the video is on the feed.
So are we beginning to sell? For now, we'll stick to our plan. Watch VWAP. VWAP holds, we get above VWAP. VWAP breaks, as we see here. We should be ready for the sell-off. Let's see, a retest in progress for the VWAP. If we regain VWAP, we would be all fine. Retest VWAP, reject. Going for the gap fill, I think
weakness in
218.
the S&P 500 and strength in WTI crude. Not seeing a headline or any piece of news to link, but we'll keep looking. Also seeing some weakness in Bitcoin.
So be careful, guys. This could drop into 218. It is possible. We'll try to exit as much possible by 300 if there is a retest. Press conference. Which press conference? Like Trump's press conference? Isn't it done already in the morning? There's one here at 1 p.m. Trump speaks with military. Yeah.
Oil prices rise. US crude climbs above $112 a barrel.
I'm already trading, so there is no exception whether Trump speaks or not. Yeah, I'm there trading market, seeing the market until 4 p.m.
So again, oil up after report US waste strike on Iran energy targets. So Trump is now approaching the podium. Reminder, the video is on the feed for those interested.
Tesla selling off, hitting session lows, down 3.4% right now. Apple has also backed off, down like from being up 2.3%, I think.
Trump says he will discuss Iran's search and rescue mission.
So yeah, Apple is now up only 1%. So this is how I would play. There will be an attempt to retest 300. Try to exit as much contract as you can by 300. And if at all it breaks 320, 320 and above could be the final runner target. But I think 300 reject and it still comes down. So here's the opportunity to at least reduce the risk, reduce the size if possible. But below VWAP it's risky, guys. Below VWAP it's going to be very risky. There's something already he spoke. It already broke lower. But
Trump says Iran might be taken out tomorrow night.
This is coming into 220. So we'll see. I'll have to manage this position.
According to Axios, Meta to open source versions of its next AI models.
Trump says Iran can be taken out in one night, maybe tomorrow. The entire nation of Iran could be taken out in one night.
Yeah, it's going for the gap fill. I think I'm going to wait out for the gap fill. If gap fill bounces, I might add 3 more contract to bring one fully mini size. But gap fill doesn't bounce, I better take a loss on this trade. We knew this was possible. The gap fill was on the card. We were looking for the short and the gap fill since morning. So 1, 2, 3 instance. This is where we gave up. So here's the gap fill done. So
Trump says US military personnel
let's add those 3 contracts.
At very close range during rescuing Iran.
If it was about gap fill, we better start bouncing now. Nasdaq, US, both gap fill done. Crazy. We wanted this short since morning. Since morning we were looking for this gap fill into 220. We have done it this late in the afternoon.
Just keep an eye on the markets here. The S&P 500 continued to decline. The only headline that we did have was from the Wall Street Journal piece. The US is planning for potential strikes on Iran energy targets. And just keep an eye on the other areas. Dixie continuing to see some movement, or Dixie did see a bit of movement towards the upside, and WTI as well. But again, a little bit delayed from the markets, but that's the only headline that we have so far.
So good job, guys. People who waited patiently for this short or waited for the gap fill to go long, at least you have succeeded with the gap fill.
Trump says second rescue mission in Iran involved 155 aircraft.
Gap fill done in Nasdaq, gap fill done in ES. Dow Russell also did the gap fill, are slightly negative now. Yeah, so far it is about gap fill. We knew it was going to happen before lunch. We have been talking about it, but I could not be patient for the gap fill. Started going long before that.
According to Noor News, explosions heard as fighter jets fly over Iran's Isfahan. Treasury yields edge higher with oil after Trump threatens Iran.
So yeah, as of now, it looks like it was about the gap fill in the Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell, all done. It's not really bearish as of now. We filled the gap and we are all back to green now. Nasdaq up 0.59, ES up 0.42, Russell up 0.56, Dow Jones up 0.27. Is it a signal now to go for the longs? I don't know. 300 retest could still reject, and as per our plan, we should, or at least I should, exit as much contracts as possible, reassess, re-enter if needed. 300 could still be a rejection and we could still rotate down. Let's see. So some of these things, right? This is the only thing which are useful when you are a little bit more experienced. Why the market came down, why it could go back up, where is the point where you are ready to take a loss, where is the point where you still want to wait and watch. Otherwise, timing the perfect candle low, perfect candle high, never possible. But you can always, get better in your sizing, right? Instead of going this 7 contracts or 10 contracts, I could have stayed with 3 or 4 micros. So sizing, you don't need to wait for experience. You can do it right away. Even if you are a new trader, you can manage your sizing or correct small size trading right away. But this knowledge piece, right? This market came down to fill the gap. This could still and will at some point make a push for 300. That knowledge is there with me. Why 300? Because it's my level. It's our master's level. We know the potential of our level. Even if we are going down, it is going to come back to give that final kiss of death, that retest, rejection, and then it is going to go down. And if we regain this 300, obviously 320 is the next target, and many more targets will open up on the upside. So this conviction comes from the levels, and as I mentioned, right, I don't look at 2 hours, 4 hour, daily, weekly time frame to calculate my levels. Those are based on the options market. Those are based on the order books. I look forward 1 week, 1 month, couple of days. Yeah, those levels I calculate are based on options market. I look forward in the future 1 week in advance to calculate where is the expected range of movement for the market. I look forward every evening for the next day, 0 DT expiration, where the market is expected to go next few days. I recalculate and redo this exercise every evening. On Monday night, I project for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday in the books, I do that exercise for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday in the book, I recalculate all those levels for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Thursday in the book, or Wednesday in the book, Thursday, Friday. Thursday in the book for Friday. And on top of that, I look backwards in the order books, few days and up to few months, to 1 year for different levels. And by the time we plot all this level, this is the kind of mess we have on our charts. Yeah, we knew here this is going to come back for this. This is the gap fill. We knew like this is the chop zone. This is where we were scalping. This is, again, you can see that the market structure stayed negative. We always knew This was holding, but the market structure was overall positive. But there was a risk of gap fill. The gap fill happened, and this is right coming back up. So guys, get access to my level, my strategy. I teach how I calculate those levels. At least the projections I teach. Backward looking levels, the masters and new paradigm, those are my proprietary. But this forward looking level, it is not my creation. So I share the formula. I show how I calculate those levels. Click join button on channel page to become member, get access to all this level. And as I mentioned, right, it's the knowledge, it's your experience, and 80-90% of the time we are not wrong. 5-10% of the time, yes, there can be an exception. This could have really crushed through or like gap fill area and gone into the next masters. It is possible. We have levels on the downside as well, but in this situation, then scanning through the sectors, scanning through the tech stocks, scanning through other markets, it gives you fair idea, right? In this situation, whether it is going to break doesn't look like. Yeah, that Iran news, it's been there in the news since yesterday or the weekend, right? Nothing new added in terms of that they are going to attack bridge, hospital or whatever, energy infrastructure, right? And the power plant, I think this is the new one, the power plant. So we held 300 and now next target is 320, which is the next number, and we could again start chopping here in this area. So yeah guys, welcome to join me, get access to my strategy. It's a bit different. It's not very, as I mentioned, right, support resistance based. It is not demand supply based. It is not trend line or indicator based. It is not fair value gap based. It is totally new, not done, heard before, totally invented new by me. So yeah, welcome to join learn. It works. It's been, people has been using it. I introduced this with my members on January 24. They have been using my weekly levels for 2 years now, more than 2 years. Experts and masters I introduced last year in January and March. So this March we completed 1 year. Masters, congratulations, you have completed 1 full year now with masters. And I can tell you guys, whoever has joined this level up to this area, they have never left the group. This, yeah, it's a bit premium, but I do more stuff with that group, and that's why it's a bit optional. I do recommend everyone, at least people who like the strategy, to at least become masters. Try it. $50, you are not going to get scammed. You are going to get level every evening, and you will see the value when the market turns around to the penny, to the dime on those level. You see, they are very effective. And as I mentioned, right, I calculate those numbers based, or levels based on the numbers, not looking at the chart. I calculate them based on the data, then bring them on my charts. So there's no human discretion or my personal feeling or emotions involved in knowing. That's why they work so accurately. Or you can do the strategy which Stack Dubs did. Wait for you to get in deep red and then enter. I can make money like that. It is not important when you entered, when you made money or not. It is the knowledge, that is the part we are talking about. Yeah, on one occasion I may have taken a drawdown, or you may have made a good profit without taking drawdown. But it's the knowledge, right? That information, right? Why it will do, why, that is teaching you how to fish. Caught the good fish. I caught 10 fish. It doesn't matter. When you are stranded in that island alone, nowhere to, or no one to help you, can you still catch a fish? That is the discussion here. I know I can catch this fish without any weapons, without any tools. I know how to catch the fish. Can you set up an exam to jump direct to the higher subscription? Yeah, you can. I mean, there's no exam. You can directly join New Paradigm. But I don't want people to, simply, trust me and buy the highest subscription level. Just try it out. Just try weekly, daily. You'll see, right? Very effective. They are very effective. They work really well. Once you trust yourself, once you build your own relation with those levels, yeah, I mean, sometimes it happens, right? The strategy could be good, it works for someone, but it does not work for another person because their emotions, their PNL reactions, their own personal, whatever, like, it's mostly the losses, how they react when they are down. That is what matters in the trading. Winning, everyone knows, right? How to manage yourself, how to celebrate, how to show off. People know it really well. People, including me, don't know how to manage when you're losing, right? At least I know. I stream live, I trade live every day. I have been doing that for 3 years now. I think I know well how to manage myself even while losing. But that is the big problem for traders, like, managing the emotions, especially during losing streak, losing day, losing session, losing trade. Very difficult. So that is possible only when you have good strategy, good skills. Like here, we knew, like, did I get surprised by this drawdown? No, I mean, we have been short since entire morning for that gap fill. Yeah, I mean, it didn't succeed. We didn't succeed since here. Like, we were short here on this move once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, up to 4 times we have shorted for that gap fill. Eventually, it broke higher, it bluffed, trapped the longs, and then did the flush to do the gap fill. It's okay, but where we surprised, I mean, we planned for this entire day, and that's where someone mentioned, right, my entry, or I was in deep red here, $1,200, I think. Yeah, I have 5,000 drawdown room, so it's okay. 1,200 I can afford to lose.
Two Qatar energy tankers headed towards Strait of Hormuz on Monday morning are among those Iran allowed to transit under an Iran-US agreement reached last week by Pakistan, according to sources briefed on the agreement.
Anyway, guys, market looking good now.
Energy tankers
Don't
headed
short.
towards Strait of Hormuz on Monday morning are among those Iran allowed to transit under a Iran-US agreement reached last week by Pakistan, according to sources briefed on the agreement. IRGC stopped Qatar tanks before transit and ordered them to hold position without explanation. US Secretary of War Hegseth says today will be the largest volume of strikes on Iran. So again, Defense Secretary Hegseth says today will be the largest volume of strikes on Iran. Hegseth adds that tomorrow's strikes on Iran will be more than today. So, for your diaries then, Joint Chief of Staff Chairman Kane says that we will do more detailed briefing with Hegseth tomorrow. Iran's Foreign Minister Arakchi, in a call with Qatari counterpart, says Iran is interested in developing ties in current situation strictly due to US-Israeli aggression. That's according to a statement from Iran's Foreign Minister.
You'll have to scalp here around the VWAP small range. You'll not get the huge swings each time. Yeah. So which fair value gap is important? 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute. Which supersedes what gap? So let's say there is a gap for 5 minute at 280, but there is a 15-minute gap at 250. So 280 is important for the bounce or 250 is important? Which wins, 5 minute or 15 minute? Because I'm sure if you watch the fair value gaps, it will be different fair value gap in 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour. None of the above. 5 minute fair value gap is the best. Always wins. Supersedes everything. 15 minute, 1 hour. Okay. For us, it is one only. 300 is important, so 300 will happen. There is the good part is if 300 is my master's level, 300 is 300. Whether you see it from the 5 minute or whether you see it from 15 minute or whether you see it from 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour. 300 is the masters. If it is going to come back for 300, it will be the same no matter what.
So it goes to the Q&A session with Trump now. Trump says Iranians should rise up against the regime. And he adds that, but the consequences are great. Trump says we expected Kurds to start exporting oil again. I'm just repeating what he said before, that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And just repeats that we have a regime change. Trump says I have the best plan of all, but I won't tell you what it is. Trump says Iranians would be willing to suffer loss of infrastructure for freedom.
So typical late afternoon behavior, they creep like this slowly, and they suddenly begin selling more. Anyway, top of the hour, guys. Let's see. I'll get few more contracts in to see top of the hour if it brings any pop. Number is known to you. My number is 300. Mhm. Frustrating price action. If they're selling off, they should sell hard already and get it done. This creeping one small candle at a time is frustrating. They're just eating stop
Trump
losses.
says Iranians have until 8 p.m. tomorrow night Eastern. Just reiterating what he said on his Truth Social yesterday on the weekend.
Afternoon are such a waste of time. Working like wasting time.
Trump says, I think talks are going well with Iran. Trump says I spoke with Netanyahu yesterday. Trump says without bombing last year, Iran would have a nuclear weapon. Trump says a lot of this is instincts. Trump says we have an active, willing participant on the other side. So this is to a potential ceasefire deal. So Trump says they would like to be able to make a deal. We have an active and willing participant in Iran talks. Just keeping an eye on the markets, the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside. As the WTI seeing a little bit of downside movement, as again, Trump says that we have an active, willing participant on the other side in Iran talks. And Trump says, I can't talk about the ceasefire. So again, I can't talk about a ceasefire. Trump says that we want Kurdish forces to stay away.
Yeah, whatever good or bad, right? 300 is going to happen. We know that. 300 has happened. 320 has happened.
Trump says, I hope I don't have to strike Iran power plants. And I hope I don't have to strike infrastructure.
So how are we doing on the likes, guys?
Says that I hope I don't have to do it when asked about bombing power plants and bridges.
Can we hit that like button, please, guys? Lot of effort here to watch the market, see things, predict things, speculate, trade, manage.
Qatar's foreign minister said to Iranian counterpart that Qatar rejects continued targeting of Qatar nations in the region. Trump, when asked if winding down the war, says, "I can't tell you. It depends on what Iran does. And this is a critical period." Trump just reiterated what he said, that Iran has until tomorrow and we'll see what happens. Trump says Iran is negotiating in good faith. So again, Trump says, "We think Iran is negotiating in good faith." And he gave Iran extension after they asked for it. This is about the original timeline for April 6th. Right? Trump says after 8 p.m. Eastern Time deadline tomorrow, Iran won't have bridges. They won't have bridges and they won't have power plants if there's no deal. Strait of Hormuz is a very big priority. Trump says Iran is at the weakest point they've ever been. Trump adds that the biggest problem in Iran discussions is they can't communicate. And Trump adds that we're talking with Iran by notes back and forth. Trump, going on to NATO now, says he's very disappointed in NATO.
They're talking by notes because once Netanyahu knows who is talking, he kills that person. The moment Netanyahu knows who is negotiating, who is trying to make that peace, he kills that person. He kills the party.
Trump, when asked about wanting to take Iran's oil away, says, I'm a businessman first. So Trump was referring to a question that he was asked on the egg roll earlier on in the day. Trump on taking Iran's oil says, to the victor belongs the spoils. Trump says, if I had told Germany about Iran war plans, they would have leaked it. Trump says, what about US charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? Trump says that we would rather US charge tolls than Iran in the Strait. Again, Trump said, what about us charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? We'd rather us charge tolls than Iran in the Strait. We have a concept where US charges Hormuz tolls. Trump says part of Iran deal must be free traffic in the Strait. Trump says we have to have a deal that is acceptable to me by Tuesday deadline. Trump says free traffic of oil in Hormuz must be in the Iran deal. Trump says that the US has plans to decimate Iran bridges by tomorrow night. So Iran decimation would happen over a 4-hour period, and every power plant will be out of business by midnight. Trump says the last thing that the US wants to do is rebuild power plants. Trump says, I don't want to destroy Iran's infrastructure. Trump has that we were very close to a deal at one point with Iran before they backed away. Trump says the only way Iran could rebuild is to utilize the US. Trump calls out NATO, Australia, Japan for not helping in the Iran war. He also calls NATO a paper tiger. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $112.41 a barrel, up 87 cents or 0.78%. Diesel May futures settle at around $4.32 a gallon. Gasoline May futures settle at around $3.30 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas futures settle at around $2.81.
So you can see, right, I'm less excited now for the long. I was very excited for the long until this point. Yeah, I mean, we can go higher more. We can go higher, why not? But I was planning for the long all the way till here. And
Trump says Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE have been helped to us.
so we have achieved the long all the way till this point. So this is what we were planning for long. It can break further higher, but let it break. Up to this point, I had confidence. Above this is a new price action. And it will happen, but I don't know which rotation. Like here, the new price action did happen here finally when we were short. We were short in the morning here, we were short here, we were short here, we were short here. We were looking for this low. Finally, they started going higher high. They created a trap for the long, fake break, trap, and then they did the flush. That's where that new low we were looking for here eventually happened here. Same thing goes here, like it can go higher, new high.
From Trump said that the US wants Greenland and they don't want to give it to us.
I don't want to partake in that, bluff game. Like 1, 2, 3 times, then do a bluff and then do a rug pull. 1, 2, fake break, do a rug pull and then eventually trap and go higher. I would like to see some drama. Or miss out, it's okay. I have made my profits today. There's no need to take risky setup now.
So just the final bit of speaking, expected public speaking from Trump is he's participating in a Passover greeting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Other than that, he doesn't have anything else on his schedule for public appearances.
Silly Discord game. It won't go away until you click on it. So another 90% off sale, guys. Lots of sale for this Easter Monday. 90% off from ETF. Check them out. I've been there around for long. 40% off from Tradify. They have some new software, Trade C. I use their Tradeovate platform, that works best for me. 40% off, 5 per user limit. After that, 30% off for 6th purchase onward. Day traders 85% off for Easter. They have good straight to funded and straight to live account. Check them out. Excuse me, Apex 90% off trailing and 85% off end of the day account. Bullnox is 89% off. All code is RDGD.
US Central Command denies Iran targeted via USSS Tripoli.
Tuition is I trade. I still have funded accounts with them. $148, right? I generally go 50k accounts with Bullnox. I use 50k account, that is $148 activation. 150k, I know it's a high activation fees, but it's one time for 50k. I don't mind $148,
So
especially
from your Centcom, just what they have. So
accounts.
the
I
USS
generally
Tripoli is composed of about 3,500 sailors and marines, in addition to transport and strike fighter aircraft.
Yeah, accounts I purchase mostly at 90% discount, so $16 for the 50k account and $148. So overall $150 you pay with most of the prop firms, which charge like $30, $20 for the account and $120 for activation. I generally use 50k accounts only with Bullnox. So this is the game, guys. Bigger account, you push for $1,000, $2,000 maximum in a day. Smaller account, be happy with $300, $400 per day. You will make the payout. Survive for many days. 14 days is the industry average. Always have that in the mind. If you are surviving more than 14 days, which means you will make the payout. Don't try to hit home runs. Don't try to make like $5,000, $10,000, $1 million. Don't do all those stuff. Trade wisely. Trade right size for the account type you have. If it is a bigger account, you can take a little bit more risk. But still, if it is a 150k account, $1,000, $2,000 in a day is more than enough. You will reach your profit goal. You will reach your buffer targets. The problem of sizing up too much, going for the higher profit target is the drawdowns, right? Once you take the drawdown, it is impossible to get back in the game. It brings so much of negativity. It brings so much of, pressure that now you have to recover the loss and then get back on the track. Avoid taking big losses. Rotate between the accounts. Don't need to trade one account throughout the day. If you have made the profit, put that account on the side. Lucid, yes, I am funded with Lucid as well. Lucid is there right at the top. Lucid, Tradify, Take Profit Trader, one of the 3 best prop firms we have in the industry. Apex, Billnox. Day traders now offer more than 10 accounts to trade. Billnox, I don't know, many don't know, but they offer up to 11 funded accounts. Day traders offer up to 15 funded account. Apex offers 20 funded account. So they are good for, horizontal scaling. Check out Legends. They are also good. Legend is also, becoming one of our favorite prop firms. Amongst the new Legends, Lucid were the winners, clear winners. Tradify, Take Profit Trader, Apex, Billnox, they have been around for quite some time now. Use the TradeC. Is it like web-based platform, just like I think this one, right? Wealth charts. The TradeC. I have used wealth charts. TradeC is also similar, web-based platform. I like Tradovid. Any web-based platform, I think I like it because it is lightweight. You can load it in browser. You can switch between computers easily. Carrying Ninja between computers, between laptops, it's very difficult. If you have configured some setting, marked some level, difficult to retrieve from one computer to another computer. 15 account day traders. They also have 85% off. April first week they announced they are now allowing up to 15 accounts. So same day traders. Check them out. 85% discount. Here's the link. Okay. Yes, all this we have tried it ourselves, received the payout. Our community likes it. We have many traders who have received the payout from them. We don't mind promoting, sharing these prop firms.
IMF's managing director Kogiba says war in the Middle East will lead to high inflation and slower global growth. Barring war, IMF had expected small upgrade to its growth projection for 3.3% growth this year. Instead, all roads now lead to high prices and slow growth. Even if rapid end to hostilities and fairly rapid recovery will result in downward revision of growth forecast, upward revision of inflation, there is upward revision of inflation forecast. So again, even rapid end to hostilities and fairly rapid recovery would result in downward revision of growth forecast and upward revision of inflation forecast. So if war is protracted, impact on inflation and growth will be greater.
So you can see, right, I am not very eager right now to punch or scale in, scale out of any trade right now. So we'll be careful here in this zone. We planned for the long from this area all the way this into 300, 320 and something above it. Consolidating here between 320 to 360, 350, that is expected for us. But the problem here is we don't have much time on our hand. Previously I was participating in such consolidation because even if it went against us, we know there are supports available. It will hold, most likely will hold those support, come back into that area. But now if we drop, the time is less as we approach 3 p.m. Instead, if it drops, let it drop and then buying low as we get the confirmation that it is bouncing, which will be much easier trade. So basically what we are saying is if it drops here in this line, in somewhere in this zone, we have our levels, we have VWAP, we'll buy that instead of staying in the long. If it dips, then average down or bring your average right, then be patient for it to go back up. We don't have much time remaining now. So things we did here, I can't do it here now. That's why staying patient. Did I plan for it? No, I mean nobody can plan, but this what happens on the slow creepy sells on the afternoon sessions. They creep and then they start selling off. Although for the shorts also they are running out of time. To be fair, for the longs, shorts are also running out of time. They must start covering, because if you get another push up, they will suffer a big loss. I mean, this second was silly one, because we already had a gap fill, we had a strong bounce, and yeah, you come back, hold the view up, and go back up. This was like, just unnecessary. Not unnecessary, like, I mean, it didn't feel like committed short. It was like, since you have stop losses on offer, that's why I'm coming down. Else there was no real selling going on there. Behind the scene, the thing is, what do I look for? I don't look for averaging down and start praying to my gods. When I'm averaging down or looking, I'm looking, first of all, A, is there an important level I have there, and B is, at the ground level, I'm seeing selling, like, are there products like Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Google, Meta, something selling hard? Are they coming into something important? Do I already have levels ready for those respective names which I mentioned, Microsoft, Apple, Meta? Are they hitting into some important target where they won't back off until that target happens? Or for the sectors, or for other indexes, Dow Jones, Russell, ES, what are they doing? Are they coming into some important level? Those are the kind of things I check. So, I mean, I don't know, like, what I'm just trying to say is not dumb averaging down and praying to the god that it comes back up. While it still goes against me, I'm still checking few important things which I should be doing. Ideally, avoid trading in the afternoon, guys. This is what happens in the afternoon. It looks good, it looks okay, then it looks not okay, then it looks little suspicious, then it looks, oh, wait a little bit more, and then, oh my god, what has happened? This is what afternoons are about. Morning, it's okay. Morning, it's a fast movement. You either lose, you either win, and the decision is quick. There is no second thoughts coming. In the afternoon, it is slow. It puts you into that constant rethinking, constant reassessing, constant, wait and watch approach, which I don't like. Why do you trade in the afternoon then? I don't know. You guys, my YouTube channel, there are some other reason. And plus, I'm not making huge profits, right? If I think if I'm making, that is the other problem. I don't think I love you so much that I trade only for you in the afternoon. The other problem, the genuine problem, is I don't make huge loads of money in the morning, right? It is still normal, couple of $100 in multiple account. It is not like making tens of thousands of dollars in 10-20 account. Then there is no need to sit entire day. And more, I think, problem is the model we have, right? Proper models offer 3,000, 5,000, 2,000 drawdown room. That drawdown room of 2-3,000 is not enough. Maybe someone can disagree with me. I'm a better trader than you. I make $10,000 in the morning itself. I'm not that trader, guys. With $2,000-3,000 drawdown room, maximum 5,000. I mean, in the morning the risk is high. I generally keep my risk to reward 2:1. If I have taken, at least in some of these two trades you have seen, right? I have taken 2 risks for 1 reward. If I taken $1,200 drawdown, I'm at $600.
$9 and 77 cents a barrel, up 74 cents or 0.68%.
So, and as I mentioned, right, to make 1,000 or 2,000, I can use up to 3,000-4,000 maximum and risk a account or two. But that is max I can make. That's where I'm open to be, if someone wants to challenge and object that, what I'm saying, I don't see myself making more than $2,000 in the first half. Because I know if I am making 1,000, 2,000, there's always a chance of losing 1,000 or 2,000. Unless someone is not thinking about losses at all. RDJD, I put the trade, straight away winner. Don't judge me on my losers, judge me on my winners. If you are that kind of a Wolf of Wall Street guy, then I cannot debate with you, okay? But every time, if I am saying I make 1,000 or 2,000, there is a risk that I will lose $1,000 or $2,000, and that 3,000 or 2,500 drawdown room is not enough to push more. And that's the other reason. That is the actual reason why I sit entire day. It's difficult to make a lot of money in the first half with the drawdown. If I don't know, prop firm model changes, they start offering 20,000, 10,000 drawdown room, then it's a different ball game. Then I think the life improves a lot for us as a day trader. We don't have to be in the market entire day. You have $10,000 room. With that $10,000 room, even if you use 1:3 risk to reward, right? You have taken $15,000 drawdown. You still made $5,000, which is more than enough. 5,000 is a good number, guys. In a one account, you can take that. So this is the problem. And also the product, right? Now, I think trading was much easier 3 years ago or 2 years ago when Nasdaq was $12,000, $14,000 product. It would move maximum $200, right? In an average $1,400, 140 point gives you 1% move. And we know, right? In an average, every day you pick up. You just look at the ticker and how much it will be up. Right now, Nasdaq is up close to 1%. So for a $24,000 product, it is up $200, right? For $1,400 or $14,000 product 2 years ago, it used to be up $140. $140 with few micros is not a big deal, guys. Even if one micro trade goes against you, 140 point move, it is $280 loss. 2 micros, hardly $600, $550, $500 drawdown. You can stomach that. Now the problem is the product has become big, $24,000 product. It moves little bigger. To get swing from -1 to +1%, it could move like easily 400 plus points. So that is a bit difficult now. Yeah, as the Nasdaq grows 30,000, 40,000 in value, trading micros will also be very difficult with this drawdown room. You have to have more drawdown room, or you have to have nano, even smaller product than micros. Especially for the 50k account, I don't see some people, right now 50k is the most popular, right, plan. I don't think 50k would be the popular plan anymore. If Nasdaq becomes $40,000 product, $2,500 drawdown is not enough even to trade micros. Because for $40,000 product, it will every day move 400 points on an average, but higher end of those things would be 700, 800 point movement, which is impossible. With 2 micros, you can blow the account, $2,400 drawdown. So think about it, right? Making decisions is fine, strategies it's fine, but at the end you need to have flexibility of P&Ls, right? Not every trade will be a winner. Not every trade you'll have perfectly timed the bottom or the top. Not every trade you'll have perfect entry and a perfect exit. Not every trade will be a quick winner. Not every trade will be like, as I mentioned, right, that you don't have to worry about loser. Everything is a win, so why worry? No, you have to worry, and a good trader worries about everything. Drawdown room, the time of the day, the amount of movement, perfection expectations in the entries and the exits. Practically speaking, it's very risky. Trying to make a lot of money with smaller account and in the morning sessions. If you have drawdown room, then you are a different trader. Then you are not like in the same boat like us. We work with 2,500 or maximum 5,000 or 4,500 drawdown room, which is for sure not enough. Same thing can be discussed about the number of trades. Taking 2 trades per day, obviously there's no business now for someone to be trading that. Here you will not get. Today at least we had a decent price action, but like in this kind of a zone, there's no 2 or 3 trade you can do and make money. For person taking 2 or 3 trades in a day need to capture this kind of move. Like they got one big short here, they bought this bottom and they got long here. This 2 trade would have made them money. One shot into this area into VWAP, second gap fill and a crazy bounce from that gap fill and done. Or maybe they time this pullback perfectly. Yeah, you don't see those 2 or 3 trades happening here somewhere. At least if I were those 2 or 3 trades per day, I would be targeting some of those big moves only. Scalpers, obviously they don't care because they fear that kind of things. What scalpers generally think is most likely this trade which you see sudden movement down and sharp movement up, they see it most likely, and which is the truth actually. This goes against the retail, mostly like sudden rug pull like this. And like here we were long, we held, and we were lucky that we got the entire move back up. But most likely, people got very bearish here on this. They tried to short and then they got squeezed. This is the stop loss hunting. So generally those big moves are mostly for the retail, or which is going to go against retail, and they are the one who are going to face the consequences of those big moves in their account. So scalpers, as I mentioned, right, they are very smart. They would let this big move happen and then they start participating in the consolidation. At least they know there is no risk of big movement, and any sizing they want to do, scaling in, scaling out, will work in the consolidation really well. So guys, what I'm trying to discuss and mention here is there are so many styles available. You don't need to be good at everything. You don't need to be a good scalper. You don't need to be a big swing trader. You don't need to be a heavy size trader. You don't need to be make all the money in the afternoon or all the money in the morning. You can spread. You can diversify. How your PNL or how your day trading in the entire day will play out. So start thinking about all these different aspects, and market is only played within these 4-5 criteria which I mentioned about, right? Either you are a reversal kind of a trader, either you are a continuation kind of a trader, either you go for the big swing, wider stop losses, or you are a scalper waiting for the consolidation or big move to happen and then consolidation to enter your trade and exit your trades. See what suits your style, what suits your account type, what suits your platform model you're using, or what suits your account size or drawdown room you have, what products you trade. Tweets have taken me out of, you have to factor in with Trump in the office. This is always the risk. He is very vocal, especially on his social media handle and the press conferences. I've never seen so many press conferences in a day from anyone. He talks at least 3, 4, 5 times in a day. And I don't know, I somehow feel like all his talks are less for the American citizens and more for the US markets. Every single comment is in respect to right now oil market or stock market. So you have to be careful when this is definitely a factor of getting stopped out or trade suddenly changing the direction because of a comment or a tweet. Again, going back to our first point, right? You have to have wiggle room. You cannot use the full drawdown room. You have to have at least 2 or 3:1 risk to reward. If you're always planning for 1:1 or 1 risk and 2 reward, the sizing drawdown room discussion are very important in that case. Sector strong. Dow Jones, ES looking good. Nasdaq also starting to look good now again, one more time. Shorts are, I think, under pressure right now. They are averaging down. And what they may don't know is if we go above 350, it is going straight into 420. There is a 70-point risk shorts have here at 350. The next stop is going to be at 420 change. So for my 50k account, maximum profit I have made is $300, 362, 347, 404, 405. For my 150k account, the profits I have made so far is 500 and above. The ones you see here are for 150k account. The one below 500, there are a couple here. Those are 50k account. And obviously these are evaluation where I don't mind pushing little bit hard. On my other screens, I have $1,552, $1,050, 347 as I mentioned, right? Anything 50k, mostly they are 500 and below profit. Funded account, yes. Many of them, most of them are funded. The ones which I push hard are the ones which are in evaluation. These are the ones which I don't mind like taking more risk, pushing harder. Instead of like waiting full 5 days, 6 days, 9 days to reach the profit target. Yeah, if I can get it in 3-4 days, then I can start making those $300, $400 in those funded account directly. So plan your day, guys. You need to have a plan as a trader. It's fine. You can be right, you can be wrong. Your levels will work, your indicators will work sometimes. Sometimes they may not work. Who cares, right? At the end, if you are making money, if you are sticking and executing your plan, that is what matters for your success in the market. You will improve the levels. If they fail, you will fix them. The indicators, you will be replaced with something else. The correlation, the scanning of the market, the gut and whatever like feel which you will build around the price action based on the news cycle, based on the market cycle you are in, it will keep getting better and better over a period of time. But as I mentioned earlier also, one thing which can fix right away, whether you are experienced or not experienced, is the sizing. If you are sizing appropriately for the account type and not getting emotional with the losses, you could be profitable. I all this strategy I showed you, right? But you can see, right, I started giving out my levels since 2024, but I was already profitable in 2023. I already made $80,000 in payout in year 2023 itself. Here's my 2023 payout. First ever payout of $1,000 from Apex PA account 1, and that first payout in that account I survived for 3 payouts, 259 days in one account itself. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 from the same account, 1, 2, 3. Next account was 150k, survived 2 times, 26 days, and then couple of them from Bullnox, and I think this from Lilu. Again in the summer I had like 2 months, $32,000 in payout.
Iranian army ground forces were killed in the operation to counter US aircrafts in Isfahan on Sunday.
So you can see, right, $80,000 in payout without a proper strategy, right? Without a, like proper strategy means I would still manage risk. But this strategy which I started sharing with you guys since 2024, but I was already profitable in 2023 with just the risk management aspect. With this, again, obviously the scaling part came, the more confidence part came, the more horizontal scaling part, right? Trading with the multiple Profirm account. This I started only here, October, when I launched my new paradigm group. Only since then I have been trading, on live stream with Trade Copier. Else I would still, trade one account at a time. So that perfection will happen over the period of time, that refinement will happen over period of time. But to get profitable and make money, you don't need a strategy, you don't need to join my group or anyone's group, or you don't need to buy any courses. Even with the proper risk management is what I did in my first year. $79,000 in payout. Only 1 month I missed the payout, and that 1 month what happened, I blew 20. I got greedy. That's why I said it. I tried to scale when I was not ready mentally and skills wise. I tried to buy, I got funded in that month, August. I had 20 funded account of 2023. I blew all those 20 account after paying the lifetime P activation fees. I was not ready. I was just managing risk in 1, 2 account, blown 2 account here, blown 2 account there, made payout from 1 or 2 account. Some of them account lasted till 3. You can see, right here, good example. Funded with 4 account made the first payout. Out of 4, only 3 survived for the second payout. Out of 3, only 2 survived for the third payout, and by the fourth payout, both the accounts were blown. So this is still fine. As a new trader, you will not be perfect. You will do all the silly stuff, but you are definitely not ready for scaling 20 account in the first year. So it will come when you are at this. I started, you can see, right? Even I was profitable in 2023. The scaling or trading with multiple account came only in 2025. After 2 years, I tried. Not that I did not try 20 accounts at a time. As I mentioned, right? I was doing taxes. Even last year, I have many 20 accounts blown at a once. When I was doing taxes and showing my wife, I told you, right? From the purchase behavior, see, I have blown 20 account. Immediately, I purchased 20 account. I blown all those 20 account. That's why you see 40 account purchase from Apex in one day. And then obviously I make promise I'll do better. I at least buy another 20 account because the deal is going to end now. The deal is going to end. So, but third purchase of 20 account, that is total 60 accounts now in one day. That third set I'll blow like 2, 4, 5 account at a time. So you still, those who are trading day traders, what is today? If I remember, they have mentioned need to make $50 4 days for. I have no idea, guys. Day traders, check their website. It should update in your dashboard, right? Yeah, so don't make that mistake, guys. Like Nathan mentioned and I just mentioned, right? Don't buy account just because there is a deal. Don't worry, deals will keep coming often. And even if you miss 90%, 80% off, I mean, taking account in the FOMO and blowing all the accounts, 10, 20 accounts in a FOMO, you're better off taking one account for a 40% discount and trading it wisely. Yeah, they have increased the price recently. I see that. So, guys, you can see, right? At least in the afternoon, if I have not traded, I have shared a lot of experience and good, whatever, like wisdom. Okay, Fidias also went for 90% off. Why they are calling it Black Friday? Because it's not Black Friday. Easter Monday sale. In their email, somehow they have Black Friday written. So lots of good deals, guys. Just check them out in our Discord. I have shared all of them. Coupon code is RDGD, 90% off on Elite Trader Funding, 90% off on Fidias, 90% off on Apex, 40% off on Tradify, 89% off on Bullnox. Easter Monday special. So is this a sell? Someone mentioned VWAP touch is coming. Right now we have some sell pressure. I'm not sure yet on the VWAP. The time is the problem. You don't have time here right now. It's already 3:15 and at 1.330 you will not get a lot of movement. Quizzy, thank you so much for becoming member. So when you become new member on the channel, this is what you are supposed to do. Go to the home page, okay, watch all those videos. As a member you get access to this 1, 2, 3 video, members educational video. Watch this 3 video, you get the good crux of high level strategy, how it works. But if you become expert or masters, especially, you get access to all other educational videos which goes in detail for all the strategy. All the levels are shared under the post tab. Here under the post tab you'll find all the levels for your category, members, experts, masters. But yeah, I encourage you to first go through the educational video to understand the strategy, how it works.
According to sources, Amazon says it reaches a deal with US Postal Service on package deliveries. Amazon deal with Postal Service expected to result in retailer using USPS for more than 1 billion annual package deliveries, or 80% of existing business.
So only few people get lucky. Always remember that. Okay, I have that philosophy. I will not be that luckiest person. Only few people will get very lucky who will make $1,000,000. I will be in the category who will be always hardworking and which will be average, like progress of a trader, right? It will not be an exceptional trader. I mean, although my strategy is very good, I trade really well, but to make $1,000,000 and go through all the loopholes of all the prop firms, their rules, their consistency, their wait period, their checks and balances, I'm not the one who will make $1,000,000. Okay, so don't have those false assumptions, guys. Trading is tough. It takes very long to master it, but I can tell you every passing year is better. Every passing year is much better. So this one I was showing you, right? My run rate here, if you see here, for making that $80,000, I spent $20,000, which means 80,000 divided by 20,000, 4. Right? For every $1 I spent, I made $4. So this $1 spent to make $4 was $1 spent to make $5 next year. So for same $20,000, I made $100,000 next year. That run rate again improved almost up to 6. For every $1 spent, I made up to $6 the next year. So it every passing year it gets better. That's the beauty of this game, right? You lose. Slowly you start improving, you make profits, and it gets better and better each passing year. That's why it is very important not to be in a hurry to make that big money.
General approved Iran's operations for coming 3 weeks.
And it will come automatically. Nobody needs to tell you. You will sense, you will see the amount of output you are creating, the amount of money is coming in your bank. The pressure will not be there, and you will be able to scale naturally. Let it come naturally. Like I just showed you, right? I got carried away, right? I was making 1,000, I made 3,000 in profit, 2,000, 11,000, 21,000. I was like on top of the world. Nobody can stop me. You know what? Let me go for $50,000 a month. From 20 account, if I make $2,000, it's going to be $40,000 a month. So this is where greed got to me, that I'm doing really well. I'm unstoppable. Maybe here you can see, right? I missed the month 11, 12. This is where my emotion or ego might have got hurt. I made 11, 20. Why I should settle for 5k? Why shouldn't I go for 40k so that I make up 20k each for the next 2 months? Yeah, this is where you get humbled, and then again when you become base and average mentality, in terms of the greed, until you return back to the base, you won't make at least the normal average profit which a trader should be making. So 10,000, 12,000. It's a very good number to target. Above that, it will come naturally. Yeah, so don't be in a hurry, because Nathan has rightly mentioned in the chat there. You get triggered, right? You are in that mode now. You have to make more money, and once you have put yourself in that position that either you make big money or you don't back off, then in that process you end up taking more huge losses and you end up getting more backwards. So this is where I promise I would not let this happen ever, that I will miss a payout in a month, right? It puts me back, right? If I don't have 9 to 5, in 9 to 5, this is the difference, right? You make money, you slowly keep growing, and by the time you are retired, you have accumulated a big money. But in trading, if you don't make money, you might even end up losing money, right? If you lose big here, you could wipe out all the good gains of the previous few months. So that is very important. Trade, man, long or short? Nah, it's clear, guys. I'm not going to trade here. I told you clearly what is my plan. We went long all the way into this zone. We achieved our profit target on the upside. Above it, I said, right, it happens, it don't happen. I don't want to make that decision for the market. But if it happens down, dips down, I will buy that. So here I'm not participating. Short, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced to short this market. The only short I said, right, I had clarity was this going into the gap fill. This went down and did the gap fill. Apart from that, I don't have any short setup today. I was the one who said Viva, and I'm also not shorting it anymore. Got a few quick scalp like to $20, but I don't want to give it back. Yeah, I mean it's right now the shorts are trapped. That is the last big move, right? This big move here has trapped some short traders. So they are on the hook right now, and market may hold on to these gains to keep them out of the money. They may even squeeze higher to stop them out completely from their position, make them liquidate or make them take the loss. Into end of the day, there is no time left. So the probabilities of this coming down at this time into end of the day is less.
UPS and FedEx shares quickly decline to session lows.
Yeah, I don't plan to average down on this one, but since I said right, I wouldn't short this, and it might hold this area. And since we have a couple of red, I would buy lower end of this range and target the high end of this range. Obviously, members, they all know what we have below and what we have above. Let's take out one and leave one as a runner. Yeah, do not short this, guys. This is still looking good, strong, especially sector wise. ES, Dow Jones are looking much better. Imbalances in another 10 minutes. Of course, anything can happen. Market can anytime drop or pop. But yeah, like here, when I advise not, I would not short this for view up into end of the day. I don't see it happening. I still stick with that analysis. I wouldn't short this. Here comes the drop. Okay, I'll buy one micro. Okay. Just for you, okay. If I recommend, at least I would put something, my money behind my mouth. I would buy it. I would still not short it. See, I kept my word. I just said that don't short it. I would still buy it. This is still long. You call it as a winner, 5 point RDGD. I mean, my friend, the market is in 10 point, 15 point range. So if you're getting 5 point out of that 15 point, I mean, you can only make as much money as the market is moving, right? Make the market move a little bigger, and then the PNL will also be bigger. This 5 point is enough on this, but we'll for the spirit of our levels, we'll let it come all the way back up. Okay, I think we are all happy now with this move. It did go bottom end of the range, came right back up. No, it has not touched absolute top. Guys, you are like, Happy now? Happy? No, it has not touched to the penny. It has not given you the exact target fill. Man, you are like very difficult to impress. There you go. Oh god. You guys are like tough audience to please. Hit that like button, guys. Come on.
One minute remaining for the market on close imbalance.
So there's your push market heading higher for the imbalances at least.
Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance: S&P 500 buy side 821 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 733 million, Dow 30 buy side 162 million, Mag 7 buy side 205 million.
Where's the sell? It's not a huge imbalance for the buys, but yeah, at least by default, by nature of the price structure, it was all long going into finish. Why don't you do long then? It's over, man. If someone cannot make money till like 3 p.m., they are not going to make money between 3 to 4. Alright, guys, I'm out of here now. Thank you so much. You heard the imbalances. They're not huge imbalance on the buy side, but overall its buy structure is good. We are well above VWAP. Good luck with that final 5-10 minutes trade. I'll see you tomorrow morning, guys. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Take care and bye-bye.